Okay. Huh? 25th? Yeah. Let's. Okay. Let's look at it this way. Uh, First of all, morning, Giselle. Good to see you. Okay. Shh. Hey. Let's take that thought of happy 25th. Okay. Let's dyslexic deck and add one. Okay.
He's immortal. He's 43. That's 20.
Yes, and I feel at 109.
No, Mr. Brown, don't say that. Mr. Brown, you gotta fight the good fight. I want to see your age on the board.
We need photographic evidence of your birth certificate confirming that your name is Gary and how old you are.
Well, you're just gonna have to take my word for it, because you're not gonna see my birth certificate. Huh? No.
I need that social security number.
Okay. Class. Hey, class. Let's quiet down, please. Ricky, Amethyst, everybody, let's quiet down, please. Okay. Giselle, I haven't seen Uvia yet, so if you haven't figured out, it is my birthday, and that's what the kind of the delay is going on right now. But so that I just wanted to kind of inform you, fill you in a little bit. Okay. Uh, Sophia, there's some masks up here now. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, let me remind you. Shh. I don't want to start the day with checks, guys. Okay? Now I can't even think what I was going to say. Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. Yuvia, good to see you. Thank you for the birthday notes, both girls. Appreciate that. Let's go in. Let's get into this chat. Lesson 8, okay, and that is on page what? What page is that on? Lesson 8. Thank you, Avery. 67. Okay. Avery couldn't talk because she was stuffing her mouth. Okay. She again always just thinking about herself, and just not willing to help anybody else but to help her stomach. Okay. Okay. Shh. Let's get into this. So let's talk about how the wise act. Okay. Shh. Time to reel it in. Time to avoid getting checks, which means stop talking. Take the hoods off. Thank you. Pay attention. We're on page 6. What did we say, Avery?
67.
Thank you, Avery.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Your books. How the wise act. Okay? So, what is the characteristic that the wise man exhibits in each of these areas? Okay? This is in your book. Yes. Thank you. Okay. DL's just a minute. I had to turn TVs on, and then I will get this on screen for you also. Okay. So my fault. It's Monday. Okay. By the way, unless you haven't remembered, Hey, unless you haven't remembered, there is no school on Wednesday. Okay? For Veterans Day. Yep. Okay. And okay. Then we're going to do this and then go that. There it is. Okay. Pen in hand. Pens on paper. Pen just made a mark for Amethyst. Ready?
Yes, Mr. Brown, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so in your book you got some categories. Okay. So what are the character? You want two?
No, I think it's probably a hard card.
You want two?
No.
Then please stop. How does the wise act based upon these categories in your book? Okay. First of all, instruction. The verses that apply to this are Proverbs 1:5. It says, "A wise man will hear and will increase learning, and a man of understanding shall attain unto wise counsel." Proverbs 8:33 says, "Hear instruction and be wise, and refuse it not." Proverbs 9:9, "Give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning." And then Proverbs 10:8, "The wise in heart will receive," thanks, Gabby. "The wise in heart will receive commandments, but a prating or a talk foolishly or tediously about something, fools fall." Okay? Now, in parentheses is not in the verse, obviously. I just wanted to give you an idea what prating was, because that was going to be, what is prating? Okay? Here is what the wise man, what do you think? You tell me, and then we'll see if you're correct. How does a wise man act based upon instruction?
He built his house upon the rock.
No, that's construction.
Wise man
That's
built
construction.
his
She's
house
like,
upon the rock.
it's like, hey, what's 2 plus 2? Starts building a house.
Guys, did nobody ever learn this? I did.
Okay.
Oh, this thing.
That's not this. That's construction. This is instruction.
Oh, instruction. He tells people to build their house on the rock.
No. Anybody else?
Brick.
They hear the instruction. Shh. And they receive the commandments. Okay? Let's see. Instruction has it been received? For the most part, yes. In some cases, no. Amethyst. Going on 2 here, real quick. Gentlemen. Okay? That. Second, attitude. Proverbs 9:10 says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the holy is understanding. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise." So what does a wise man do as far as attitude? What? Okay. No, that's a good answer, but it isn't what I got. Okay.
Mr. Brown, I finally put more pencils in my bag. I can stop using the broken ones. Happy day.
Praise the Lord. What a blessing. Okay. What, Adrian? since you want to talk, give me an answer to this. Shh. No, the whole thing. Attitude. Wise man's response or characteristic of attitude. How does a wise man act towards attitude? Shh. Very good. He fears it because he wants to understand it. And he hearkens unto it, which means he listens to the counsel that someone's giving them.
I said that, but you didn't hear me.
Sometimes, now that I'm a year older, my hearing's going even further with these masks on.
Coincidence. Me too.
Mr. Brown, it's your birthday. It's the time to feel young. What a time to be alive.
Huh?
What a time to be alive.
Huh?
It's your birthday.
Huh?
It's what.
It's your birthday, so party, bro.
I didn't realize that you were drunk, Mr. Brown.
Eh?
Ew. Mr. Brown, don't do that.
Mr. Brown.
What?
Don't do that.
Mr. Brown, I'll tell you when a little.
What I ought to get is one of those real first hearing aids. The unicorn things? Not the unicorn. Is that the one? Is that what they call it? No.
The unicorn.
What do they call those?
What are you talking about?
Isn't that what at Thanksgiving time you put the fruit and whatever? What? Oh, cornucopia.
Bro, when I was little, the word cornucopia sounded like something weird.
Don't cry, Mr. Brown. It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's okay. We all finish.
Oh, okay. That's what I need is one of those. Okay. Oh, I'm glad we're having fun today. Number 3. Shh. Number 3. The mouth. Wow. Proverbs 15:7. Lips of the wise disperseth knowledge. The heart of the fool does not so. In the multitude of words there wanteth not sin, but he that refraineth his lips is wise. What does a wise man do towards his mouth? Austin?
It's not like,
Shh. What?
he's not like, not just keep saying his point over and over again.
Just a sec. Avery, Lelena. Anybody else want to go? Okay, Gabby. Anybody else? Were you involved over here? Okay.
My chair was broken. The leg.
Jaden's been so quiet, I didn't even realize she was eating.
Doug. Adrian.
Laughing over there. Call him out.
Adrian.
Sorry.
Thank you. Now, Austin, you have the floor.
Wait, you did all this so that you
Shh,
can have the
no, but I want to hear what he has to say.
It's, he doesn't like talk bad about other people. He spreads advice.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
The wise person, they give people knowledge from the knowledge that they have, and they don't want sin, and their lips are wise. You can't do better stuff. That's frustrating. Close your eyes. If you refrain your lips, Gabby, when you get in trouble, you put your head down.
Okay. Let's see how close you were. Speaks words of healing. Okay. A wise man knows when someone is hurt. Okay? A wise man knows when to say something of encouragement for that person and not to say it, how to say it. Okay? Because they're speaking with knowledge. And they just refrain their lips from speaking when they don't need to be speaking. Okay? You know, it was real interesting. I wasn't going to say this, but I am. Quiet. Wednesday night, I wasn't feeling too good, so I stayed home. Didn't come to church, but I watched the service online. Do you guys want double checks? Because that's the last verbal warning. Okay? I stayed home and watched the service online. Okay? And normally you can't see the congregation. But because he was down on the floor of the auditorium and walking around, the camera showed about half of the middle of the auditorium, middle section. Okay? So I was watching while I was listening, and I was watching because of being a teacher. Okay? And I was watching, and it was amazing. For 45 minutes, I think is what he spoke. Okay? Or however long he spoke, that you guys could sit there and be quiet and listen. And yet, for 20 minutes of Bible class, you can't. And for 25 minutes of science class, you can't. And probably all the other classes that you have throughout the day, you can't sit for 25 minutes and be quiet. It amazes me. I don't care what you're doing. Amethyst, 2. Gabby, have I ever said that you can't do other things in my classes besides my stuff? Okay. So, to work on, I'll let you do that as long as you are what? Okay. As long as you are paying attention to my class, listening, not allowing other people around you to listen and learn. I've not said that you can't do anything besides my class stuff. I've said no to some of that because at times it's gotten interruptive, okay? And it's not conducive for the class. So, if you're at your seat and you're doodling, drawing, working on another class's homework, I don't have a problem. I really don't have a problem with that. And the reason is because I do that myself. Okay? In church, I can't sit there and just listen. I listen, but I just can't sit there unless, for the most part, there are times that I can do that, but for the most part, I just can't, because if I start thinking, for me, if I start really putting, and this is going to sound kind of bad, but if I start thinking in the back of my mind about what's being said, I start daydreaming. And then when I start daydreaming, I put myself to sleep. Or I start dozing off. Okay? That's me. And I've never been able just to sit and really just, I can be quiet, but I personally have never been able just to sit and be quiet and not do something myself. Okay? That it's difficult. But if you can't sit there and be quiet for 20 minutes, 25 minutes of a class period, then find yourself something to do at your seat while you are doing my class schoolwork. Now, this may be just different for other teachers, but this is how I honestly feel. If you can't be quiet and let people learn around you, then find something that you're going to do at your seat beside your phone. That's going to keep you quiet. But all I ask is that you still pay attention. Okay? That's all I'm asking. So, I'm right there with you on those issues. So I know what you're feeling, I know what you're going through. I know what you're thinking. So I'm just asking for some proper backlash, okay? That's all I'm asking. So, we've got time for one more here. So what does a wise man exhibit about sin? A wise man feareth and departeth from evil, but the fool rageth and is confident. 20 verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging. And whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. Okay? This verse right here, and I'm not going to go off on this rabbit trail, but this verse right here, chapter 20, verse 1, is talking about the strong drink. Okay? The second part, strong drink is raging, because what does it do to a body? It takes that person to a point of uncontrolled actions. Okay? And that's the raging part. So that's what that verse is talking about, especially the second part of it. Okay? The middle of it. But how does a wise man, going back to this, how does a wise man exhibit against sin? Huh? Okay? They fear it. They fear it because they understand it. Okay? And they depart from it because they understand it. They understand the consequences. Okay? So a person that has problems with 20 verse 1, they avoid it because they know it's going to be a problem. They are not deceived because of what sin gives. Okay? As you go through the day, think about that. Not the drinking part. Think about what your actions as a wise person should be towards whatever's going to come your way today. Okay? Make it a good day. Make it a fantastic day for you. Put God at the front of everything. Okay? DLs, we'll see you at science time. Class, you are dismissed.
We do have a quiz tomorrow. It says right there, quiz 6, Tuesday, November 10th. Yeah. Poof.
Did you just write that?
You wish I just wrote that, but no. Okay, everyone turn to Unit 4. Gabby, sit down. Okay. Unit 4. Yes, we did. Okay, literature. Everyone turn to page 82. Okay, you should mark in your books imagery, okay, which is the use of words which appeal to our senses. Mark the words connotation and denotations. Okay, connotations are suggested meanings. Denotations are literal meanings. Okay, yes, Adam. Yes, okay. All right, so imagery, which is the use of words which appeal to our senses, sight, sound, taste. Okay, the author will describe works or develop plots. Chase, come put that on the desk. I mean, Derek, I'm sorry. Put that on the desk. Okay, I don't know what we need toys in class for, so. Okay, the use of words which appeal to our senses, that's imagery. Okay, highlight figurative language, you need to know that. Figurative language is basically the various types of comparisons, okay, which means that are the similes, the metaphors, personification, apostrophes, all of those are included within figurative language, okay, and as well as language that's used more on one level. So symbolism, we know that is works that have maybe a symbol of a rock, but then Savannah and Adrian put the ruler away. You don't need a ruler in my class. This is not math class. Okay. Symbolism, irony, and paradox, those are all under figurative language. Those are various types of comparisons. Okay, that's figurative language. Know who wrote Smells? Christopher Morley. Okay, know who wrote Meeting at Night? Robert Browning. Know who wrote Platero and I? Juan Ramon Jimenez. Okay, that's on page number 84. Okay, on page 87, know who wrote The Oak, which is Alfred Lord Tennyson. Know what a simile is an express comparison of unlike things in which the words like, as, resembles, or similar to are used. Those are similes. Okay, like I said on Friday, I'm not going to have you determine what a simile is by looking at maybe a word or a poem, but you do need to know the definitions of these, okay? 88, the definition of personification. Okay, who in their own words can tell me what personification is?
Like personifying an object or a thing that's not alive.
Okay, giving
Giving it human like
qualities. Good. Okay, human-like qualities to inanimate objects or animals. Okay, that's personification. Know who wrote A Lonely Pine is Standing, which is Heinrich Heine. Okay, that's what it says, how you pronounce his last name in his Meet the Author. So hopefully that is how you pronounce it. But Heine wrote A Lonely Pine is Standing. Okay, turn the page to page 90, a metaphor. Okay, an implied comparison in which one thing is described in terms of another. That is a metaphor. So you give an example or you're describing something, but then you mean another meaning. Okay, that is a metaphor. Emily Dickinson wrote, I like to see it lap the miles, and then it sifts the leaden from sieves. Okay, you need to know that she wrote those. Deserted House, again, Alfred Lord Tennyson. Overstatement, that is an exaggeration, okay, a huge exaggeration to emphasize a truth. That is an overstatement or hyperbole. Okay, Mark Van Doren, he wrote The Storyteller. Symbol, it means has meaning in and of itself, but also represents something beyond itself. Okay, know the differences between a symbol and a metaphor. Okay, those are kind of the confusing ones. Okay, Hermann Hesse wrote Alone. Robert Frost wrote The Road Not Taken. Apostrophe is addressing an inanimate object as if it were alive, or addressing an absent person as if he were present. Okay, the differences between personification and apostrophe. Personification, something has human-like qualities. Okay, apostrophe is I'm talking to an inanimate object as if it were alive, or I'm talking about someone that they're not there, but I'm addressing them. I'm talking to them as if they were. Okay, then the folly of being comforted, that's by Yeats. Okay, that's the thing that you need to study are authors and then literary devices. Okay, so study those. We'll go over those if we have time at the end of class, which we should. We don't have a super long lesson today, but go ahead and take out your grammar. Grammar books, turn to page number 76 and 77. Okay, we'll do those in a second, but we were to finish exercise B and C, correct? Okay. Yes, on page 75, exercise B and C. So I'm going to come around and check those real quick, but go ahead and work on page number 76, exercise A. Okay, page 76, exercise A. You're basically correcting the fragments and run-on sentences in this following selection. Okay, you can use correction methods that we went over on Friday. Remember how we can correct them with separating distinct ideas. We can correct one by using a comma and a coordinating conjunction. And then you can correct them by putting a period or a comma and then capitalizing words, different things like that, okay? Or subordination, so put the words when, because, since, different things like that, okay? Go ahead and work on that. I'm going to come around and check page 75. Did you find your grammar book?
I did, but I didn't get to do the homework because I didn't write it.
Okay, do that right now. Okay. And page 75. Good. Page 75. Okay, are you doing that right now?
I did this one right now.
Okay, make sure you finish it. Good. Good, nice haircut. Okay, page 75, Adrian. Good. Savannah, do you have page 75? Okay, that's what we did in class. You need to finish all of that, okay? Okay, page 75. Good. Okay, you need to do number 9. Or when. When, oh no, you put it in there. Do number 9. Okay, I don't see any corrections there. You don't just put something there and make it that it's gone. What? Does that make sense? When, blessed be the Lord, he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Make sense? No, that doesn't make any sense. No, it does not make sense. Okay? When you say, when, blessed be the Lord, he hath? No, it doesn't, Austin. Stop arguing with me because it does not. Good. Page 76, exercise A. Okay, page 75. Good. Good. Page 76 or 75. Good. Good. Yes. Right here? Page 75. Good. Good. Page 75. Good. Practicing your signature. Make sure that you're following along in class because I gave you those ones. Do you have 75? Good. Sophia, do you have page 75? Working on it? Okay. Good. Show me this after class, okay? Arky, did you finish? Good. Okay, we'll go over it right now. Okay, everyone turn to page 75 real quick. Okay, we'll go over it right now. Okay, number 5 in exercise B. He that knoweth God heareth us. He that is not of God heareth not us. Doug, what do you have there? Okay, why is it a run-on then? You're not allowed to have semicolons to separate sentences? Good, it is a sentence. Okay, number 6. The law was given by Moses. Grace and salvation came by Jesus Christ. Andrew, what do you have there? Good, it is a run-on. How did you fix it? Good. Or you can put since there's a comma, you can put the word but in there, okay? The law was given by Moses, but grace and salvation came by Jesus Christ. Okay, number 7, Abraham believed God, and it was counted unto him unto righteousness. Jaden, what do you have? Sentence, good. Number 8, ask and it shall be given you, seek and you shall find, knock and it shall be opened unto you. Adam, what do you have there? A run-on, how did you fix it? Good. Semicolons after you and the word find. Good. And then number 9, the glory of the Lord shall be revealed. All flesh shall see it together. Maya, what do you have there? Sorry? A sentence? Does it make sense? The glory of the Lord shall be revealed. All flesh shall see it together. Okay. It's a run-on. How did you fix it, Lacey? Good. Is that it? No. Even if it's just a comma, that doesn't fix a run-on sentence. Okay, you need a comma and a coordinating conjunction. So, yes, good. Okay, a comma and an and between revealed and all. The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. You can, but a comma and a coordinating conjunction kind of makes it flow a little better. Okay, exercise C, number 5. Esther left her people. She risked her life for them. Okay. Savannah, what did you put there? Okay, these are subordination. So you need to change part of the sentences with a subordinating conjunction at the beginning. Go ahead and say what you have. Not quite. It doesn't really make sense when you say Esther left her people after she risked her life for them. Isaac, what did you put there? Good. Good. The word because goes before Esther. Okay, because Esther loved her people, she risked her life for them. Okay, number 6. Adrian, what do you have for number 6? Okay, that would make sense. As Peter denied the Lord 3 times, he went out and wept bitterly. But it is, the word as is kind of saying, as he was denying, he went out and wept at the same time. Okay, so you want to say after he denied the Lord. Okay, after he denied the Lord 3 times, he went out and wept bitterly. But good idea on the subordination. Okay, you have the right idea. After Peter denied the Lord 3 times, he went out and wept bitterly. Good. Okay. Number 7, forgive us our debts. We forgive our debtors. Okay, this is kind of a prayer to the Lord. Jeremiah, what do you have there? Where? Good. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Good. Number 8. You are too tired or distressed. You cannot make wise decisions. Avery, what do you have there? Okay, because, and then I would lowercase the y. Don't forget that. Because you are too tired or distressed, you cannot make wise decisions. Another word that you can put there is when you are too tired or distressed. you cannot make wise decisions. Okay, make sure that you lowercase the capital Y in you if you are putting something before there. Okay, number 9. Blessed be the Lord, he hath heard the voice of my supplications. Lena, what'd you put there? Where? Good. Because after Lord. Austin, do you see why it doesn't make sense to put it before? Okay. You say, when blessed be the Lord, he hath heard the voice of my supplications. That doesn't make any sense. You would say, blessed be the Lord because he hath heard the voice of my supplication. Okay. I saw your paper. Yes, you did.
When it's above it, but it's for the other thing. I never put it in there.
Okay. I don't need any feedback. Thank you. Blessed be the Lord as he hath heard. Yes. Okay. Because, and then the word when doesn't even go before the word blessed anyway. So, number 10, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. I will fear no evil. Okay. What did you put there, Ricky?
I put although in between death and I.
Not quite. It's saying, oh, I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, although I will fear no evil. Okay, I would put the word although before the word I. Okay?
Yeah, I put it in between death.
Not in between death, before the word I in the first part. Okay, it says, although I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Or though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Some of you guys, if you read it out loud, it makes sense. Where you put your subordination, sometimes it doesn't make sense. So just go ahead and read it out loud. If it doesn't normally flow the way that you would say it, it might be a case to rethink, okay? Exercise A, page 76. Okay, correct each fragment and run on in the following section. You should have been working this already. Okay, let's do the first paragraph. The most reliable source for what we need to know about the beginning of world history is the book of Genesis, the book of the first Bible. The book of Genesis is so thorough that it begins before the beginning, when nothing existed but God. In the beginning, God created the universe, of which the earth and we ourselves are parts, okay? Who can give me the first correction within that paragraph? Anybody? Jaden? Okay. Good. Good. Comma after Genesis, lowercase the t. Okay, the first book of the Bible is that fragment. You want to connect that to the end of the first sentence. Okay, it's saying the book of Genesis, the first book of the Bible. Okay, where's the next correction? Amy, do you know?
Yep. Okay, no, I do know. But I'm not sure if it's right. Okay, there's a comma after beginning and lowercase the w.
Good. Comma after the beginning, lowercase the w. Okay, and you want to get rid of that quotes right there.
Yep, that's what I said.
Okay, the book of Genesis is so thorough that it begins before the beginning, comma, when nothing existed but God.
Are you sure that the quotation marks have to be gone? I feel like that could be like before the beginning.
Before the beginning, comma, when nothing existed but God. And then that's where I would put, or in the beginning, God created the universe, is because that is how it begins. So I put the end quotation after the universe, okay? The next one would be comma after universe, lowercase the of. Okay, in the next paragraph, where would I put my corrections, Jesse? Starting with, although human beings were the last creation of God.
Comma after God, lowercase the t and they.
Good. Comma after God, lowercase the t and they. Okay? Where's the next correction? God made everything else, even the sun, moon, and stars, with a view to man's habitation of the earth. Man alone was created in the image of God. He is a special creation. Okay, I'll give you that. That is a sentence I need to change. How I would change that, Andrew? Okay, does anybody know? How would I change that sentence? Doug?
Remove the two dashes from us and reading and start in with.
No, that's good there. We're looking at man alone was created in the image of God. He is a special creation. Okay, I actually would use subordination there. I would say because man alone was created in the image of God, he is a special creation. Okay. Man is definitely not God or a god. Man is merely man. He does possess some characteristics which resemble those possessed by God. What would I change there, Avery? Not quite. Man is definitely not a god or a god is a good sentence. I'm looking at man is merely man. He does possess some characteristics which resemble those possessed by God. Do you think that's a sentence or a run-on? Good. How would I change it? Not quite. Man is merely a man. Okay, that would make sense. Man is merely man, although he does possess some characteristics which resemble those possessed by God. That does make sense. The book does say but that does make sense. Okay? Those special characteristics include 1, language and thought, 2, awareness of the difference between right and wrong, and 3, freedom to make choices. We must never forget these special characteristics when we study world history. Okay? No, because those aren't, we're only correcting fragments and run-ons, okay? We don't need to put different punctuations besides subordination, comma, and semicolons. Okay, those special characteristics include where would I would put a colon is if it said the following, okay?
If I'm not correcting anything else, how can I just scratch out those parentheses?
We didn't.
The quotation marks.
It looks like...
Struggling today. Everyone's not coming at me.
It's fine. Okay, so freedom to make choices, I would put a period there, capitalize the we. Okay? It says freedom to make choices we must never forget. That is all just one run-on sentence. I need to, since it's the end of a list, I need to do a period and a whole nother sentence, okay? All right, so tonight for homework, do the rest of this paragraph, page 76. Okay? Page 76, let's do exercise B together, okay? Draw a vertical line between the complete subject and the complete predicate. Who remembers what a complete subject is? Okay? Who remembers?
Oh, it's like everything until the dad. Everything until the verb.
Okay, it's the subject with all of its modifiers, okay? So you only draw a complete line between the complete subject and the complete predicate, but you would just do 2 lines under the verb and then 1 line under the simple subject. Okay, for example, number 1. Okay, Johannes Kepler, a German astronomer, discovered the elliptical shape of planetary orbits. Okay, where's my verb, class? Discovered. Who or what discovered? What's my subject? Johannes Kepler. Okay, notice how that is just my simple subject, where I would draw the line between my complete subject and complete predicate is between astronomer and discovered. Okay, because my complete subject is the simple subject with all of its modifiers or anything that goes onto it. So Johannes Kepler, a German astronomer. Okay, that's my complete subject, but my simple subject would just be Johannes Kepler. Okay? Number 2, Mercury and Venus are the only planets without moons. Actually, number 1, are there any complements? Johannes Kepler discovered who or what, class? Shape. Good. Number 2, Mercury and Venus are the only planets without moons. What's my verb, class? Are. Okay. Adrian, what's my subjects? What are my subjects? Mercury, Venus. Where would I draw my vertical line, class? Good, between Venus and R. Notice how that differs. Notice how that differs from number 1. Okay? Number 1 has a simple subject, but it has a complete subject, a German astronomer. Mercury and Venus, there are no other modifiers that are modifying Mercury and Venus. Therefore, I would just do it between Venus and R, between my subject and my predicate, which is where my verb is. Okay? Mercury and Venus are who or what? What's my complement, class? Planets. Good. Mercury and Venus are planets. Okay, number 3, Galileo studied the heavens with his telescope and discovered the moons of Jupiter. What's my verb, Andrew? Studied. Maya, what's my subject? Oh, and discovered. Sorry, Andrew. Number 3, make sure you guys are paying attention. Galileo studied and discovered. Okay, where would I draw my vertical line, Lacey? Good. After Galileo, before studied, Galileo studied who or what? Isaac? Heavens. Galileo discovered who or what? Ricky? Moons. Good. Make sure you guys are reading till the end of the sentence to find all of your verbs. Okay, number 4. God created the sun, moon, and stars on the fourth day of creation. What's my verb, Amy? Created. Who or what created, Lena? God. Where would I draw my vertical line, Jesse?
Between God and created.
Good. Between God and created. Adam, what are my complements? God created who or what? Sun, moon, stars. Good. You would circle all of those. Good. Okay, number 5. John James Audubon, the first illustrator of the American birds, became popular on the both sides of the Atlantic. Sophia, what is my verb? My verb? It's showing action or linking. What are you working on? Should you be doing that? Close the book. Okay, you should just have grammar out. Okay, John James Audubon, where's my verb? Austin, what's my verb in that?
Which one?
In number 5, make sure you're paying attention.
The verb.
Mm-hmm. Became. Good. Who or what became? Savannah? Good. John James Audubon. Where would I draw my vertical line, Derek? Not after became. I would draw it before. Okay? The first illustrator of American birds is in a positive, all talking about my subject. I would include that within my complete subject. Okay? John James Audubon became who or what? What did he become, Avery? Popular. Popular is my complement. Okay? Number 6. Jamaica, Dominica, and Grenada are countries in the West Indies. Adrian, what's my verb?
Your verb is are.
Are. What are my subjects, Ricky?
Jamaica,
Oh.
Jamaica, Dominica, Grenada.
Good. Jamaica, Dominica, Grenada. Where would I draw my vertical line, Adam? After Grenada. Okay. These are who or what? What is my complement? Derek. Countries. Countries is my complement. Good. Number 7, the early Christians did not do obeisance to the Roman emperor and were therefore persecuted. What is my verb, Lena? What are my verbs, actually? Did and? Do. That's my first verb. Okay, what's my second one? Were persecuted. Good. Okay, who or what did do and who or what were persecuted? Maya, what's my subject? Christians, my subject. I would draw my vertical line between what words? Isaac. Number 7. Good. Between Christians and did. Okay, Christians did do who or what? What's my complement, Lena? Jaden, I'm sorry. Did do what? Obeisance, okay? Obeisance. All right, we'll finish the rest of that exercise tomorrow. Make sure that you are reviewing. Okay. We will do that. So exercise A is tonight for homework, page 76. Okay. And then if you want to already go ahead and work ahead on exercise B, you can. But we do have a review test. I'm going to move that to, I have it down for Friday, but we'll have it sometime next week maybe. Let's do, did I already remove it or move it to Friday?
No, you moved to Thursday.
On Friday, you moved it from Tuesday to Thursday.
No, I did a review test for vocab from Tuesday to Thursday, but we have a review test for grammar.
Oh, you didn't tell us.
Yeah, I know.
You didn't say anything about moving the grammar test.
Okay. So, for now, we'll keep it on Friday, but we will review tomorrow and Thursday, okay? Tomorrow and Thursday, make sure that you guys are doing, actually, you can do pages, let's do page 79 tomorrow in class, and then that'll help us review. It's just manuscript form, punctuation, capitalization, subjects and verbs, and then different kinds of sentences. No quiz. We'll have our test on Friday, okay? No quiz, test on Friday. We have a literature test tomorrow, which is quiz 6, and then a review test on Thursday. So we'll review that in class. Okay, we'll do manuscript form and capitalization tomorrow. Make sure that you guys are capitalizing and you're doing your different manuscript form, like abbreviation. Okay, we'll have time to review for that, all right? So go ahead and do page exercise A, page 76. Paragraph 2 and 3, and then we'll work on reviewing for tomorrow and Thursday. Okay, are there any questions? Okay, make sure you guys are reviewing for your review test. Okay, go ahead and pull out your vocab really quickly. We did exercise E for extra credit, but we also had exercise F. It's looking like that, yeah. Okay, turn to page number exercise F, or page number 31, exercise F. Gonna come around.
I didn't even get E. Like, E just confused me.
Okay, well, good thing it wasn't assigned.
Yeah, but it's extra credit.
I know. Good. Page 31 in your vocab. Sorry, excuse me. Yes. We're going to be 4 minutes away. I'm just going to go over these really quick. Good. Adrian, can you hold up your exercise for me? Uh-oh.
So do you do these as like completion grades basically?
Yep. Good. Good.
Oh yeah,
Good.
grammar says you can do
Good. Good. Can you hold yours up? Good. Good. We have a few more minutes left. Gabby, what are you doing? Sit down. Gabby, sit down. Derek, do you have vocab?
And eat it? No.
Good. Good. Page 31. Pay attention.
She felt like
Okay, let's go through these quickly. Shh. Guys, be quiet. Adrian, be quiet. Austin, be quiet. Austin, be quiet, okay? Exercise F, guys, stop talking. Okay? Number 1, who has it? Let's go down the row. Sophia? Yes. N. Savannah, 2. Adrian, turn around. Y. 3. Maya. O. 4. Ricky?
I put E.
Not E. Who has it? Adrian?
What? Oh, yeah, I got it. Wait, for number 3?
4.
For number 4, I put C.
Okay, no. Isaac? What? G. I don't know how you could have put it when we didn't do our homework. Number 5, Lacey. Number 5. What is it? Not D. Adam, what's number 5? Okay, it's P. Okay.
I was gonna
P,
say that.
letter number 6. Andrew. A. 7. Austin.
7. I put M.
M. Good. Jesse, number 8. K. Avery, number 9. D. Okay, number 9 is D for those of you who put D for number 5. Okay, number 10, Jaden. I. 11, Lena. T. Okay, we are going over these for those of you who didn't do your homework. Make sure you're paying attention for these free answers. Okay, number 12, Gabby. V as a victory. Okay, 13, Doug. W. 14, Derek. Okay, 14 is E as an elephant. Jeremiah, 15. U. 16, Amy. C. Back up. C as in cat. Okay, 17, Sophia. Not you. We already did you. Okay, make sure you guys aren't just filling in answers and you're actually looking these up, okay? 17, Savannah. S, as in Savannah and Sophia. Okay, 18, Maya. F, Adrian, stop talking. 19, Ricky. Guys, stop talking. Omni. Okay, that is all, okay? Letter B. Number 20, Lacey. X. Number 21, Isaac. L. And then number 22, Adam. H. Number 23, Andrew. B. And then number 24, Austin.
I just put Q.
Good. Q is to love. Okay, make sure you guys are working on that. Do exercise G for homework tonight, okay? All you're doing is finding the definition of these prefixes, and then you're doing the literal meaning, okay? Does anybody have any questions? Okay, if you did exercise E, come up and show me, okay? Other than that, any questions about what's assigned or what we have this week? No? All right. Yep.
Everyone quiet. Yes, ma'am. Yep, I'm going to get in a second. Thank you. No, it was because he had work.
No, Randy did not have work.
Yes, he did.
He had work to do with Miss Will.
No, he had work. She went to work with him. No, he had to go help someone move.
Oh, Miss Willis better calm down there. He's on my
He was actually going to try for the varsity game, but he couldn't make it in time, so he met us for food.
He went to eat at
Listen, he ate with us. He was there with us. What are you talking about? He was on the way to the game. He texted me, said, hey, is the game still going? I said, no, we're leaving to go eat. So he met us to eat.
You had to help the people.
Yes, from Big Bear Lake. All right, guys, no more talking. Ladies, I will move you. Gabby, no more. I will move you.
I know I'm not very captainly, but who else would be captain? Avery?
Huh? Age does not matter. It is. I believe in leadership of action, not leadership of voice. So you show us if you want to be captain. You're the one working the hardest. You're the one paying attention and listening. You're the one not talking back. You're the one working and learning the most. All right, that's what a leader and captain is. Okay, the guys, we don't have one yet because I just haven't chosen one. I don't think we have one. I don't think we've had one person just stick out. All right, here we go. Okay, last week. Shh. Quiet. Okay, we were talking about what last week? Okay, what about them?
We're about to enter a moment of turmoil where they're all fighting to be the leader, and there's murder, lies, betrayal.
Awesome narrative by Amethyst. Okay, what else? Shh. Someone raise your hand and tell me something we talked about last week. Andrew, shh. Quiet. No, I said not yet. I'm grading them. No, I have essays in 3 of my classes. Takes time. Thank you. Fall. Thank you. Andrew. Okay, we did talk about how the nobles were killing. Okay, they wanted to stay and rule. Okay, we talked about some leaders that were leading in that, and they killed the leaders. What was one of the names? He killed the leader and 300 of his followers. It was his brother. It was Tiberius. Okay, Gaius was the brother that came later, and they ended up killing him and then 3,000 followers. So it grew. Okay, we did talk about that as well. What else?
The gladiators. Guys, I'll just write you a note.
We did mention the gladiators.
The number of slaves.
We did talk about slaves. What?
We were talking about Marius and Sula.
Okay, we mentioned that already. All right, we're going to continue where we left off with Marius and Sulla. Okay, these were obviously champions of the Senate. Okay, Marius was the idol of the masses or man of the people. Okay, we also have Sulla, which was the champion of the Senate through that. Okay, but some things with them. Okay, that fought the first civil war. Adrian, quiet, turn around, mask on, or else I will move you. All right, Sulla achieved a quick victory over Marius in the civil war, then departed to Asia Minor to crush a revolt, or also, again, rebellion. Adrian, no passing notes. Pull out your class notes and take notes. Okay, we'll take notes. Those aren't your notes. That's a sheet of paper. There you go. So with this, okay, Sulla is conquering. He's defeating Marius. Marius is on the run. Okay, so we see Marius he fled to North Africa. He gathered an army and then returned to Italy to fight Sulla.
Are you Team Marius or Team Sula?
I'm the team of winners. So
Oh, you're like the person who decides what team they're voting for.
no. I'm always for the underdogs. My favorite basketball team is Underdog. They're a smaller city, Oklahoma City.
He's helping us rise to the top.
You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here.
They were just small town Christians.
I didn't say losers,
They
no.
didn't know what they were doing.
Underdogs are not losers. It means they're not the ones voted to win. Doesn't mean they don't win. You guys have seen the movies of the losers winning.
No. They want to know how to.
I'm not talking about the girls' team. I'm talking about the guys' teams, Okay. All right, shh, quiet. Okay, with this civil war, okay, we're seeing, shh, quiet, Rick and Adrian. Rick and Adrian. Okay, so we see Marius flee North Africa. Obviously, that's an area of Rome's old enemy, Carthage. Okay, maybe there's some rebels and people stationed there. Okay, and then Marius is going to return with this army to gain a victory over Sulla. Marius entered Rome triumphantly. Okay, after gathering this army, he will defeat Sulla, and he began massacring hundreds of the Senate supporters. Okay, so mostly rich, okay, but the people that were ruling, those rich senators, okay, the nobles, okay, Marius said, hey, it's done with. We're done with this process. I'm not going to try to solve this politically. Okay, to end this problem, we just need to kill them. Okay, so he ends up massacring all of the nobles and Senate supporters. Okay, continuing with this civil war. Again, we're not doing a lot of notes. If we're quiet, listening, get through them. Okay, we're going to have a quick day for you guys. All right, but after Marius died, okay, Sulla he didn't die, he was just defeated. Okay, after Marius died, Sulla, who had been victorious in the east, okay, remember he went to stop a revolt, so he wasn't even there at the time Marius conquered Rome and defeated those senates. Okay, because remember we talked about Sulla, he made Marius flee to North Africa, and Sulla had gone to Asia Minor, or present-day Turkey, okay, to stop revolt. Remember me mentioning that? Okay, so he's all the way over on the eastern part of the Roman Empire, Asia Minor, which is like that present-day Turkey area, while Marius had come from north tip of Africa, old Carthage area, up straight to Rome because he was closer to Rome. Okay, he conquered Rome and all that. So now we see after Marius died, Sulla was still living in the east. Sulla was victorious in the east, and then he returned in Italy in 83 BC. And waged a vicious 2-year civil war against Marius' supporters. Okay, so Sulla, still part of that champion of the Senate. Okay, he had the philosophy of the Senate. Okay, he comes in and he said, hey, I'm going to regain power over Marius' supporter. Okay, Sulla triumphed, I feel like that's not the right word.
Initiated? Wait, why is there 3 O's? Oh, 5,000 people. I understand. Never mind.
I don't know why it's spaced like that. Let me fix that. Sorry, it looked weird to me. I don't know why it separated like that. There we go. All right, Sulla triumphed and initiated a reign of terror in which over 5,000 people were systematically executed. Okay, so we see Marius, okay, remember he was the what of the people? No, Marius was the idol. Okay, he was basically the leader of the people. Shh. He was the leader of the people, so the people loved him. Okay, after he gained power and killed the senators, okay, they're like, Marius, Marius. All right, he's the man of the people. Sulla was the champion of the, okay, they had killed most of his supporters and the Senate followers. Okay, he comes back in after Marius' death and he reconquers. And because of this, okay, we have all these people that supported Marius' rule and the reign of the people. So Sulla said, hey, same philosophy, like Marius killed all those senator followers. Okay, Sulla said, hey, to get rid of this idea, to get rid of these followers, okay, there is no political event we can do this or argument. It's just, hey, I need to just kill the followers. All right, so he's going to wipe out over 5,000 people. Okay, continuing with the story, Sulla had himself appointed dictator after killing all these people. Obviously, he's going to be dictator, which means a person that leads from fear of the people. Okay, for an unlimited period of time, and completely reorganized the Roman government in order to give the Senate total control of lawmaking. Okay, he considered his work completed and resigned his dictatorship voluntarily in 79 BC. All right, so Sulla gained power. He reigned for about 4 or 5 years. All right, he established the Senate form of government that he wanted and he supported. Okay, and after, it was kind of like that Thanos moment. Okay, he achieved what he wanted, and then he said, all right, I will leave and I will go. Okay, I will go to peace. I will go back to a normal life. Okay, I will voluntarily step down. My goal was accomplished. All right, this is what he had. That's what he had. Sulla felt accomplished. He thought what he was murdering for, conquering for, leading for had been settled, and so he sat down from office. Okay, most of Sulla's political reforms were short-lived, just as Thanos's were short-lived. Okay, with this, okay, he had these ideas. They lasted for only a short time. After he left, okay, they weren't established. Okay, we're still having this revolt of people wanting to rule, for there to be an even amount in judgment and lawmaking. Okay, so we're going to see after Sulla's death, many people or many men struggled for power. Okay, so same thing after most leaders step down or die. Okay, all these people that had maybe a little bit of power, they're like, all right, I want all the power. Okay? Not quite the song I would choose for this moment.
It's like people are dying.
Not quite the song I would choose. All right, shh. Okay, so then we also are going to see a second civil war that was fought between the two ambitious men, Pompey and Julius Caesar. Okay, so the first civil war was between who? Okay, the second civil war is between Pompey and Caesar. So we have to know a little bit about these guys, okay, to be able to know what the civil war was over. We have Pompey. Quiet. He made a name for himself by conquering Syria and Palestine, okay, these Paladin people, and by eliminating the pirates who had long plagued the Mediterranean shipping.
Listen, if this guy had been as good looking as Julius Caesar, you know this would have been in the history book.
Yeah, it's like between Nixon and like Kennedy. Kennedy was way hotter. So like,
I mean, Nixon also stepped down from office because he didn't want to be impeached.
Also, this guy looks like Brian Tuck from Robin.
you know what? I just realized.
Quiet, everyone quiet. We can talk after. All right, so Pompey is this first leader, this first man, or not leader, first man trying to rise to power. These men are trying to fight. Okay, and the main way, and we've talked about through this Roman Empire day and age, right? How do you get to the top? By having the best army or something to back you up, to have that power. Okay, a voice only gets you so far. You have to be able to back it up by force, certainly in this day and age. Okay, so he conquers Syria, he conquers a lot of Palestine, and, okay, people maybe might love him, certainly some businessmen maybe in the shipping industry, because he stopped and destroyed these pirates that had been long plaguing their area. Okay, when Pompey returned to Rome, he sought to reward his troops by granting them public lands. But the Senate denied his request. Okay, so same thing. You see this push for power by Pompey. All right, he has these soldiers that faithfully are conquering with him, serving under him, okay, following his every command. So once they get back, he's like, man, I need to keep these guys on my side. Okay, let's reward the troops. But because of Sulla's stance at this time, okay, we still see this Senate-formed government. They said, no, we want money to be able to serve us and do what we need with money. We're not going to give you all this free land and money to your soldiers, okay? Because they also don't want to give up their senator's power back to one man. Okay, we're seeing that fight still in the government. So because of this, okay, so we see this conqueror, this great general, but we're going to see another man who is the leader of the people. Okay, Julius Caesar, he was the rising leader of the people. He came to Pompey's aid. Okay, so at first Caesar was kind of like the second-hand man to Pompey. He assisted him a little bit. Okay, they had the same kind of purpose. Okay, but we're only going to see Julius Caesar do it better. And the people are going to like him more. And he was more pleasant to look at, maybe.
Exactly.
When you say maybe, it's obvious.
People say looks don't matter, but it's a lie.
I mean, what if we got the statues wrong? What if Pompey was the one that looked better? We don't truly know. All right, here we go. In 60 BC, Pompey, Caesar, and also Crassus, he joined to form an alliance known as the First Triumvirate. Okay, this was the rule by three men. Okay, so we're seeing these different men try to rule. Okay, there's probably other men that were trying to rule. Maybe they formed alliances. But we see these 3 great men, okay, form this alliance. Okay, and they're going to rule all 3 together at first.
Oh, it's like when you're playing Risk and you're like, hey,
Let's make an alliance, okay? But at one point, you're going to have to go over each other. Okay, only one man can truly rule, certainly this time, because not everyone agrees. Okay, you see different eyes, and if you're all 3 ruler, okay, say Jaden, Lena, and Gabby are all 3 the queens of the 9th and 10th grade. Okay, they're not. This is an illustration. Okay, but Jaden has one philosophy. Shh, quiet. Okay, she has one philosophy for the whole class. Lena has maybe a little bit different philosophy or idea, and Gabby has a little bit different philosophy. But if they're all rulers, they all think theirs should be the one used. Okay, so if Lena's like, man, mine should be used, not Jaden and Gabby's. Okay, I need to get, maybe, I know, I'm just for sake of conversation. All right, I need to either get an alliance or destroy one of the others. And Gabby's like, man, I don't, Amethyst is nobody in the story. So Gabby, okay, she's like, man, I need to get rid of one of these girls. Okay, if there's only 2, then I have a 50-50 chance instead of a 30-30 or 33-33. Okay, so we're going to see this idea of going against each other, backstabbing, okay, in this. Okay, with Pompey's support, Caesar was elected. Okay, so we're going to see that's what changed the tide. All right, all 3 of these people are rulers. Okay, but Pompey, he's the one that even said it, okay? Caesar didn't claim to be, Julius Caesar didn't claim to be the man of the people or leader of the people. Remember I said Pompey said that Julius Caesar was the leader of the people. Okay, so if they all have armies behind them, okay, but we see Julius Caesar, he also has the people behind him and the army. The only thing going against all of them is the Senate. Okay, Pompey's like, hey, man, if I'm not going to be a winner, I might as well join them. Might as well stick up for him and be in this rather than be kicked out or destroyed later. Okay, so Pompey shows his support to Caesar, and Caesar became the elected consul for a year, or a year later. Remember, a consul? Yes, sir. It is not finished. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it's not finished. This is not good. I don't think my slides had saved.
Don't cry, don't cry.
No, it's not a typo. I don't think they saved. All right, we might have to go. They didn't. That is the end of my notes right now. Don't put them away. Don't put them away. All right. All right, here's the rest of the notes. Okay, you're just going to have to follow my word. They're not on the screen. You just have to follow my voice. This is old school class, you know? Old school. All right, so with the rest, I apologize. They did not save. I had this lesson done, but they did not save. Okay, so here we go. So with Pompey's support, Caesar was elected. Shh. So you have to pay attention more. Everyone quiet. Elected consul a year later. Adrian, turn around. Okay, Rick, please take your hood off. Okay, Caesar then bypassed the Senate and took Pompey's request to the assembly. And the assembly granted them. Everyone got that? He bypassed the Senate and took Pompey's request to the assembly, which the assembly ended up granting them. What? What do you say, Austin? You talking smack over there?
No.
He's like 1v1 me at a basketball.
Yeah.
1v1 Fortnite, man. I'll wreck you. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Just kidding. I might. I don't know, man. I don't know. Shh. All right, here we go. Note number 74. We have Julius Caesar obtained. Shh. Okay, so remember he was consul. How long did a consul usually rule? Okay, usually it was like a 1, maybe 2 years. Okay, I can take this off since they're not there. A 1 or 2 year rule. Okay, but we're going to see that Julius Caesar obtained a 5-year appointment as governor of Gaul, Gaul, and proved himself a great general. What are you doing?
He's eating
Mints are okay. Okay, governor of Gaul, Gaul. Okay, and with this being governor, okay, he was consul for a year. With him being governor for 5 years of Gaul, he had proved his strength. Okay, even more, he proved to be a great general. He subdued the Gauls and extended Rome's dominion from the Rhine River, Rhine, R-H-I-N-E, to the English Channel.
How do you spell Rhine?
I just said it. R-H-I-N-E. I-N-E. To the English Channel. He also invaded Britain as far as the Thames River.
What was he also invaded what?
Britain. Pay attention as best as you can. As far as the Thames River. Adrian, make sure you're taking notes. I'm just making sure. That's good. All right, with this, okay, again, we're seeing the rise of Caesar. Okay, he was that consul. He's a great governor for 5 years. Okay, he was already a leader of people, but he's then become more a champion of the people. Okay, Caesar enhanced these extraordinary achievements. Note number 75. He enhanced these extraordinary achievements by describing them lavishly in his commentaries on the Gallic War. Gallic War. In his commentaries on the Gallic War. Anyone need me to repeat that? The whole thing? Gallic. Gallic.
That's 75, right?
Yes.
The Gallic River.
I'm reading them in order. Gallic War. You guys are really that immature.
Wait, it was like another alias, like Homo Explosion?
Shh. Quiet. Okay, just a few more, then we'll be done. Okay, note number 76, trying to get the story of Caesar and get to his reign. Okay, and then we'll stop. The Senate became fearful of Caesar. Okay, because Caesar was increasing his popularity among the common people. Pompey, so remember Pompey had first endorsed Caesar. Remember we talked about that? He said, hey, Caesar, he's a good guy. He's the leader of the people. But we're going to see Pompey becoming jealous. Pompey grew jealous of Caesar and joined his opponents. Okay, so rather than Pompey sticking with Julius Caesar, because instead of being, he thought he was even and they were doing it together, it became Julius Caesar and Pompey just in the shadows. All right, obviously jealousy arose, so Pompey joined his opponents. The Senate ordered Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Okay, with the rise of Julius Caesar's power, okay, the Senate said, we're not going to let this happen under our account. Okay, Julius Caesar, we require you to come back to Rome as a normal citizen, leave your army, send them home. Okay, but we're going to see Caesar saying, no, I gained this power. The people love me. It's time for you guys to be done. All right, does anyone need me to repeat 76? Okay, I'll say the whole thing again. The Senate became fearful of Caesar's increasing popularity among the common people. Pompey grew jealous of Caesar and joined his opponents. The Senate ordered Caesar to disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. I mean, he wasn't an imposter. He was faithful until he became jealous. So I'm going to say he's an imposter. Yes. Okay, so this is going to lead, okay, to an important note we need to know. So Caesar ended up disobeying the Senate, and he led his army across a tiny Rubicon River. We need to know that river. Shh. Okay, this river is which formed the border between Gaul and Italy. So remember, so Julius Caesar was consul for a year at Rome. Okay, then he became governor of Gaul for 5 years. Okay, and with him being governor, he was a great general. Lots of people became part of his army as he was leading through conquering and protection of this land of Gaul. Okay, this Rubicon River, we need to know it. It's the border between Rome and Gaul. Okay, Caesar disobeyed the Senate and crossed it anyways with his whole army. It's just an email. I don't know why my sound's off, but it always does that when you plug it in. Shh. Okay, so we're going to see this famous quote called crossing the Rubicon. Note number 78. Crossing the Rubicon. Okay, this term is an expression meaning making an irreversible decision. Yes. Okay, with Julius Caesar choosing to cross the Rubicon. Okay, with the crossing of the Rubicon, he was saying, hey, I'm done with this form of government. I'm done with you senators. I'm done with all of this. All right, I can't take it back. Okay, he can't just say, oh, I'm sorry, let me recross the Rubicon. Okay, by crossing it, he was defying the government that was standing at the time. He was defying the senators' specific command. They said, hey, come back as a Roman citizen, leave your armies. He said, no, I'm bringing my power with me. I'm going to show everyone, okay, your guys' time is done, and it's my time.
Why doesn't he order to disband the Senate, though?
He can't. He's not ruler of Rome. He was governor of Gaul. Senate was the rulers of Rome. Okay, here's our last ones, then we're done. Okay, 79. As Caesar, does anyone need me to repeat the last ones? Everyone good? Okay, 79. As Caesar neared Rome. Okay, so Caesar coming with this large army across the Rubicon River. Pompey fled to Greece with his army and most of the Senate. All right, they were trying to be bold. They're trying to say, hey, Caesar, we're still in control here. But once they saw Caesar and they saw the army and the people were probably already revolting for Caesar, okay, there was, but again, it got deleted. I'm sorry. I'll go back through them just for you, you know. All right. So with this thing, okay, we see Pompey and the Senate, they were truly afraid of Caesar. That's why they commanded this. Okay, and they didn't even try to fight. They just fled to Greece. They said, hey, we'll just go to a different part of the Roman Empire. Okay, we'll leave. And Caesar, so after the Senate and Pompey fled, everyone good on 79? AD, Caesar served briefly as a dictator while elections were held for a new Senate. And then we see he later will be elected consul in 49 BC. Okay, so Caesar served briefly as a dictator. He made himself leader. That's what a dictator is. Okay, he made himself leader. Okay, but he didn't abuse his power. He was only dictator until the new Senate came to rise, until they were appointed, voted in. Okay, and then they would vote him as consul.
When we hear dictator, it sounds so horrible. But when you hear dictator in Rome, it sounds so formal. They're like, oh yes, I was elected dictator.
It was a little bit different.
Joined the Senate.
All right, here's our last two, and then we're going to be done for today. Our last two, and then we'll talk a little bit more about Caesar tomorrow, about his end of his rule. Okay, note number 81. As a duly elected consul, sorry, I lost my spot. As a duly elected consul, Caesar could appear as the defender of the Republic against Pompey in the Senate. Okay, remember the Pompey and Senate are still there. Okay, they're in Greece, maybe because Greece was a former empire. Maybe they're trying to gain a rebellion, gain people to join their side. Okay, so we see Rome. Put your backpack away right now. You don't need your backpack right now. Where's your pencil? Oh, okay. Okay, so we see Caesar. Okay, he became the defender of the public, the rule of the people. Okay, republic. Okay, in 48 BC, Caesar crushed Pompey's army at Pharsalus in Greece. Okay, so that was finally the end of Pompey. In 48 BC, Caesar crushed Pompey's army at Pharsalus, P-H-A-R-S-A-U or S-A-L-U-S, P-H-A-R-S-A-L-U-S, in Greece. 82, yes sir. I just said it. In 48 BC, Caesar crushed Pompey's army at Pharsalus in Greece. Pharsalus is spelled P-H-A-R-S-A-L-U. Austin, you gotta follow along, man. Pharsalus, I've said it about 5 times now. P-H-A-R-S-A-L-U-S. All right, that is the end of the notes today. For homework, I believe we've already done it. Okay, you guys did page 95, I believe. Okay, so there is no homework today. Okay, be ready for a quiz this week. It might be Thursday, but because we don't have school on Wednesday, it might be Friday. We'll just have it Friday after the notes are already done. All right, any questions? Huh? No, not yet. I have essays in all 3 of my classes, so it's going to take time. Yes, I did grade those, I believe. You'll get those this week. Progress reports are coming out this week. Okay, make sure your homework from last week is turned in. You guys are dismissed. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. All right, make sure you throw your name in the chat as well so I know you're here. Okay, again, by now you can't really ask for work you've missed because it's too late. Make sure you're turning in that stuff, okay? Today is the starting of a new grading period, so you need to turn it in on time. Make sure you're paying attention in class, listening for the homework, and get that turned in. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome back to geometry. We're going to get started this morning. We're on 2.9, talking about parallel lines. 2.9. We are on page 67 of the textbook, page 72 of the supplement, which, let's face it, that's what we really care about. All right, page 72 of your supplement, page 67 of your textbook. We need to deal with a couple things. The first one is kind of a duh definition. Parallel lines are lines which never intersect. I know, we know, okay? But we need to go through and state some things about parallel lines, so we had to define what we meant. Okay, it is represented by that symbol of just two vertical lines. Oh, it's like the third time today. I like get all geared up and then go to push the button, and then I'm on the wrong program. All right, anyway. The parallel postulate, aka postulate 6, through a given point, one and only one straight line can be drawn parallel to a given line, and two intersecting straight lines cannot both be parallel to the same straight line. They're basically rewordings of the other. We tend to favor the top one, okay? Through a given point, one and only one straight line can be drawn parallel to a given line, okay? That's typically how we word this. From which immediately we have a corollary, something to prove. If two straight angles are parallel to a third straight line, then they are parallel to each other. We actually prove this one by contradiction because it's just easier. Suppose that A were to intersect B at point P. Well, let me see here. This contradicts the parallel postulate because two intersecting straight lines either form of the parallel postulate. That contradicts it. Therefore, the supposition is false, and it is true that two lines parallel to the same line are parallel to each other. There's a reason we did that by contradiction, because it's like, if they did, it would break the parallel postulate. Done. All right, a transversal is a line that intersects two or more lines. So that line going from the bottom left to the top right, that would be the transversal of these two lines. They're on page 72? I know what I'm doing. Now, with this, all right, you need to know several terms that get formed, or several names of angles that get formed. So, angles 1, 4, 6, and 7 are called interior angles. 2, 3, 5, and 8 are exterior angles. 4 and 6 are alternate interior angles because they're on alternate sides of the transversal, but they're both interior. By the way, so would angles 1 and 7 be. Angles 2 and 8 are alternate exterior angles. Again, 3 and 5 would work as well. And then finally, angle 1 and angle 5 are corresponding angles, okay, because they're matching positions, okay, as would be 2 and 6, 4 and 8, and 3 and 7. Cool, that was 2.9.
Whoa.
2.10. Proving lines parallel. When two straight... Huh? Yeah. All right. So, theorem 7 says that when two straight lines are cut by a transversal, if a pair of alternate interior angles are equal, then the two straight lines are parallel. So we are given two straight lines, AB and CD, cut by the transversal MN at points E and F respectively, so that angle A is equal to angle B. We're to prove AB is parallel to CD. Well, let's say that they are not parallel and intersect at point P. Again, we're going by contradiction because it makes things a lot faster for this one. Triangle PEF is formed with angle A and exterior angle and angle... Oh, goodness. Oh, there's a typo. There's two of them. Beautiful. Okay. Triangle PEF is formed with angle A, an exterior angle, and angle B, an opposite interior angle. Angle A is greater than angle B because an exterior angle of a triangle is greater than either of the opposite interior angles. However, this is not possible since it is given that the angles are equal. Therefore, this supposition is incorrect and AB is parallel to CD. Done. We can now use term 7.
Oh yeah, for
Which leads us directly into corollary 7.1. When two straight lines are cut by a transversal, if two corresponding angles are equal, then the two straight lines are equal. Well, if we just say that angle A is equal to angle C, then because of vertical angles, then by theorem 7, they're parallel. We're done. All right, there's really not a lot to prove here.
Good job, we were doing like theorem 7. Like, we wanted to learn this for like a week and a
How
half.
many theorems are there?
Yes. Not quite 100. Okay.
How many are we going to learn? That should have been my question.
Most of them. The vast majority. The only ones we will skip, you'll still be able to use because we have proved them. We'll just skip the proofs on a lot of stuff. All right, corollary 7.2. Two lines perpendicular to the same line are parallel to each other, by the way. It is given that M and N are both perpendicular to P. We need to prove that they do not intersect. Okay? Again, contradiction is going to be the way to go for us here. So we're going to assume M and N do intersect. If they do, they form a triangle with P. Therefore, by theorem 5, angle 2 must be greater than angle 1. However, which is exterior angle is greater than either opposite interior angle. Okay? And I already lost my train of thought.
I already lost my thought of train to me.
Let's see here. However, angle 1 and angle 2 are right angles by the definition of perpendicular lines and are therefore equal. Therefore, M and N do not intersect and are by definition parallel.
Amen.
Which then leads us to corollary 7.3. When two straight lines are cut by a transversal, if the sum of two interior angles on the same side of a transversal is equal to a straight angle, then the two straight lines are parallel. Okay? So, basically we're only handed that A plus B equals a straight angle, and that should be enough to do it. Well, obviously B plus C must be a straight angle. Okay? And then, oh, you guys know all this filled in. All right, so A plus B has to equal a straight angle because, duh, it's given. All right, B plus C must equal a straight angle because the sum of all the angles about a point on one side of a straight line is a straight angle. Then, for number 3, then angle A plus angle B must equal angle C plus angle B by either, we could say substitution, or all straight angles are equal. It doesn't matter. I'm going to go substitution.
Amen.
Number 4.
I don't even know what I mean.
Then angle A is equal to angle C by subtraction.
Okay. Yep.
And then M is parallel to N by theorem 7. Again, the only time we can just state theorem 7 or something like that is when we're in the same section. Other than that, we have to rewrite it. Because when you're on theorem 83, you can't just refer to it by number. I have to know which one you mean. So it's understood if you're in the same section, but past that, nah.
I put angle equals angle.
Wow, it hasn't even been 15 minutes and I'm done with 2 sections.
Oh my goodness.
Stop going so fast. We don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, see, because if you rush stuff, then we're going to be confused.
Like you guys aren't excited about the speed run. All right.
What?
Finish 2 sections. Hey, Mr. S, you did say at the beginning of the year 2
Fine.
sections a
If
day.
you sing a Britney
Yeah, you
Spears
did say
song,
that.
then
No, I
you
didn't.
can continue.
Yes,
Yeah,
check
no,
the
go
streams.
further.
For the first time, prove it.
Burden of proof is on you. All right.
Mr. S, okay, can I pull on a Britney Spears song? We can keep going. If not, we will not be continuing.
Quiet down.
Wait, can I actually switch it over the phone?
No, I was just messing around. Just give me a minute. I'm looking at the next section at all. Let's see here.
Angles formed by parallel lines.
Yeah, I got that.
Sounds like it's going to take a while.
Yeah, it will. All right.
Come on, we're
All right, and at that point, I'm going to go ahead and cut it off here. We have just finished 2.9 and 2.10, so I'm going to leave that there. We're going to get to 2.11 tomorrow. So you guys have the remainder of class to work on your homework, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
I'm making an envelope so that my letter is
Okay, hello Uvia. Good to see ya. Okay. Giselle, not sure if you're on yet or not, but you might be there. 10:51. Yeah, you're there. Good. No, you're not. That's 10:51. Oh well. Okay, Doug. Doug, like to get started.
They've been gone for a long time.
Lena. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody. Ricky, turn around. Ricky, turn around, please. Don't brush him on the floor.
You, bro, you're like
Guys, class started 5 minutes ago. Okay? Have a seat. Time to be quiet. You've been sitting there for how long? Do it quickly.
We were wrestling in the street where we come playing. Hey, I was about to have an accident.
Sit down. If you guys can't listen to the bell out there, then I'm gonna ban. I'll get basketball banned during the breaks. Sit down. Then asking for opinions. Okay. Then you should have done that in the 10 minutes. That's what it's for. Go.
Thank you.
This is ridiculous, guys. What did I say about basketball in here? Okay, TV's off again. Both of them? Did he not use TVs last hour? Okay. I mean, that's fine. It just. Okay, the screen's up, notes are up. Here we go with the review. Maybe. What is the upward force exerted by a fluid on a solid object placed in the fluid? Or change the question, what makes something float?
Buoyancy.
Buoyancy. Okay. What states that the buoyant force experienced by an object is exactly equal to the weight of the fluid displaced?
Archimedes principle.
Archimedes principle. Okay. Okay. Today's lesson. Buoyancy in liquids, right? Okay. Start off with flotation. You ready? An object in a fluid will float if it is lighter than an equal volume of the fluid, and therefore will sink if it is heavier than the equal volume of fluid. Okay? So we often think that something floating in the water, like a sponge or whatever, is just because it has air pockets and, you know, it's lighter than the water. But basically, it's got to be equal to the displacement of that water from that object. Okay?
You know when you're like doing the dishes and you have like a bowl. Let's say like you're okay, a sink's full of water, right? And you fill up like a glass full of water and you put it in the water, but it doesn't sink.
That's what we're talking about, buoyancy. Yep. The determination of how much of a floating object will be underwater is this. Enough of the object will submerge to displace a volume of fluid that the same amount as the object. Okay? So take that illustration that Amethyst just said, a bowl of water. If you set that bowl in the water, it's going to submerge enough to displace its size. And it's going to float in that water. Okay? But if you add water to the inside of that bowl, then you are unequalizing the displacement of the fluid, and therefore that bowl is probably going to sink. Okay? But that's what this is talking about. Enough of the object will submerge. A boat will submerge in water to displace the volume of the fluid that the object put out, that the boat put out. Here's some examples. A completely submerged piece of oak wood weighing 300 newtons would displace 400 newtons of water. This is right from your book. The buoyant force would also be 400 newtons, since this is greater than the weight of the wood. The submerged wood will rise out of the water until only 300 newtons of water were displaced. Okay? That's why even when you put a sponge in water and it becomes totally saturated, it's still going to float, and part of the sponge is going to come up out of the water. Okay? To keep the wood entirely submerged would require a force of 100 newtons pushing down on it. Okay? So you see the difference there? A 300 Newton bar, iron bar, on the other hand, displaces only 38 newtons of water for a buoyant force of 38 newtons. This force cannot balance the bar's 300 newton weight, so the bar plummets to the bottom of the water or the container. Okay? So the displacement has to match. The displacement of the fluid has to match what's going in it. Practice 4.4. A copper sphere weighs 263 newtons in air.
So is that like how big is that sphere?
That's how big the sphere is, yeah, basically. And displaces an amount of water weighing 30 newtons. What is the weight of the copper measured in water? Okay? Simple formula, simple equation at this point. You're just going to take the 268 newtons minus the 30 newtons, giving you your 238 newtons. Okay? Okay, everybody got it? Number 2. A rubber object that floats in water weighs 9.0 times 10 to the negative second newtons. What is the weight of the water it displaces? Any ideas? Give you a big hint. The displacement has to equal the weight. (9.0 times 10 to the negative second) is the weight of the object. So the displacement of the fluid equals the weight of that object. Don't try to outthink the question. Okay? Read what the question's given you. What is the weight of the water it displaces? The fluid displaced has to equal the weight of what goes in the water. Okay? Number 3, an object that has a volume of 2,500 centimeters cubed is dropped into a vat of corn syrup. Okay? A container, a container of it, basically, to put it in less terms. What is the buoyant force on the object? The density of the corn syrup is 1.38 grams per centimeter squared. Okay? So here's what you got to do. A little bit more work on this one. So you got to find what the grams are. Okay? So that should be centimeters cubed on the story. Okay? So 2,500 centimeters cubed times the 1.38 grams per centimeters cubed gives you 3,450 grams, or 3.45 kilograms. Okay? Because we divided it by 1,000 to get 3.45. Okay? So always remember and watch your units. If your problem is talking about going from kilograms and they want you to put it into grams, then you've got to multiply times 1,000. You got to take that difference in there and apply it to your answer. Okay? Or in this case, we're dividing it by 1,000 because we're going from grams to kilo. Okay? So, then we put that into the formula. The force equals mass times gram. Okay, mg. The force equals 3.45 kilograms times your 9.81 meters per second squared. Multiply all that out and you come up with 33.8445 newtons, or rounding it off to 34. Adrian. Do you need to talk? Okay. Because you're not asking him a question about what's on the board or anything about science. You're just talking to be talking. Okay? Okay. Floating steel. Sometimes until you get the idea of all this buoyancy, you wonder how steel can float. Okay? In some cases. Okay? So, how does a ship made of steel float? It's not a solid piece of metal, but rather a hollow steel box. Okay? Filled with air. Right. A ship will sink until the buoyant force pushes upward because of the weight of the water displaced. Those key words, water displaced, is the idea that you got to keep in mind about all this. Okay? Equals the total gravitational force downward on the weight of the ship and its cargo. Okay? So a balance between the two opposite forces causes the ship to float. The buoyant displacement of the water. So because the ship is hollow, the ship's volume is much greater than the solid steel, allowing it to sink into the water enough to displace its weight without being totally submerged. Okay? So this leads us to the idea of the submarines. Okay? Submarines are vessels that can float on the water surface or maneuver beneath the surface by changing its buoyancy. Okay? The first practical use of a submarine occurred during the American War of Independence, when the tiny Patriot submarine Turtle unsuccessfully attacked the British ship HMS Eagle.
Wait, did they just say unsuccessfully attacked? Like, it failed.
It failed.
And they're bragging about it?
Okay? So The little submarine is what they took it out. Okay. Now, a submarine on the surface floats just like the steel ship by displacing the volume of water, equal to its weight. So how does a submarine change its weight? What? How does a submarine change its weight? By filling and emptying its ballast tanks. Have an empty table. I have an empty table. I have 2 empty tables. Okay. I'm just saying I have 2 empty tables. Okay. So, water floods the tanks. They're filling the ballast tanks. Derek, turn around. Until the weight of the submarine exactly weighs the water displaced, there it is again, which is called neutral buoyancy or neutral buoyance. That's the point when a submarine is completely underwater but not sinking. Okay? So, years ago, just a minute, let me finish my story. What? Tanks. See. Okay, years ago, Adrian was taking a bath, and he had little toys like these submarines that had the face on them and everything. Okay, and he was testing them out to see if they would sink or if they would float. Okay, and so he poked holes in them to see if it would add it up. And lo and behold, when he poked the holes in it, that pretended to be the ballast tanks. Okay, and then the water got into those ballast tanks, and those little submarines of Adrian's started to sink. And like the bottom one there, they started wondering, what did you do to us? Okay? And Adrian, the kind person that he says, I just wanted to get you down. Okay. Now I'm done with my story. Okay. Let's take it to another level, ladies. Okay, we've been talking about buoyancy in water. Let's talk about the buoyancy in air. Adrian, bring that piece of paper up here. No, bring it up here. Buoyance in air. Okay, guys, I'll go check this hour too. Okay, just like in Bible. Next person who talks without asking me a question, with permission, starts getting checks. So Archimedes' principle is not just restricted to liquids. It can apply to objects immersed in any fluid, including gas. Okay? So a helium balloon floats in the air because it weighs less than the volume of air it displaces. Okay? So even though the balloon is in the air, it's still displacing the air just like it would the water. Hot air balloons in airplanes float in the same way, okay? Because they're displacing the air around them. The difference between density and in the atmosphere and in liquids is this. An atmosphere has no surface to which floating objects may rise. The atmosphere is much denser at the bottom than at the top. Okay? That's your difference in the density, the thickness of those two. One consequence of compressibility is that the object that is buoyant at ground level may not be buoyant 1,000 meters above the ground. Okay? An equal volume of displaced air weighs less than 1,000 meters. So you've got to keep the idea in mind about the displacement of whatever that object's in. An object, example, that displaces 10 newtons of air at ground level, ladies, would displace only 9 newtons of air at 1,000 meters. Not now. Avery, get it, please. If the object weighs 9.5 newtons, it will rise above the surface of the earth, but will stop rising before it reaches that 1,000 meters. Okay? So there's a level of it. You do have atmospheric submarines. Why do airships, why are they limited in the height they can attain? Thank you. Good job. Glad you read ahead. I know, but you read ahead. See? Okay. Because the thinning of the atmosphere will, with increased elevation. Okay? That's why the higher you go, the more oxygen you need. Okay? And if a plane gets too high, then they pop the oxygen tank down, and you need to put your oxygen until it decreases into an elevation where it's not needed. Okay? Nope. Sit down. Now, large aircrafts, such as the aircraft carrier Akron, remember that one?
Nope.
Carried 4 airplanes in it. Okay?
Oh, it's like the aircraft carrier that failed.
Uh-huh. Well, it didn't fail. It just wasn't, performing like they wanted it to. Okay. They're no longer in existence because of the limited altitude and their slow speed. Gabby and Lena. Small airships called the blimps are what you see today. A blimp doesn't require a lot of speed, but probably is a lot faster than the Akron was. Okay, not as big as the Akron. Okay, but they do service their purpose. Their main objective, the main use of the blimps, and you see them on TV a lot of times, is for advertisement and tourism, or advertising of the game. Okay, keeping watch over a football game or some kind of an activity, advertising in that realm. Okay, they're not for displacement of aircraft. Okay, they don't carry aircraft, but the reason that they can float in water or air, is because of the buoyancy in the liquid that they are in. Okay?
How do blimps do flow? Like what's inside the blimps that makes them float?
Kind of helium, a form of helium, I believe. Air, basically.
But then how would you... But where are there helium things for now and they go...
But then it's propelled by a motor to get it to go.
Well, yeah, so it's doing this.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
helium volatile?
Huh?
Is it helium like volatile? Where
Yeah, and that's why I said a form of it that's not like what's it called, that big blimp, that Hindenburg. Okay, it blew up because of the helium that was inside of it. It exploded. These aren't going to explode like that, okay, because of the mixture that they have. But it's air inside that's allowing it to be able to float, causing the buoyancy, the displacement of the air.
So it's like a
Okay.
balloon then.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Your homework tonight is 4.4, reading pages 105 to 109. 4.4. Okay. Now, if you have not, listen to this, if you have not turned in 4.2 or 4.3, ladies, you got one checked, you want two? If you have not turned in 4.2 or 4.3, those need to be turned in, okay? I have not taken them as a grade yet, okay? Because there was too many outstanding ones. So 4.2, 4.3 needs to get turned in along with doing 4.4 tonight, okay? Okay, deals, that's going to be it for today. And so tune in tomorrow for another episode of Matter versus Air. Okay? We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back to Algebra 1. We're on page 96. Page 96 of your textbook. We're looking at example 3.1f. Example 3.1f, we're told to graph the formula c equals 5/9 times f minus 32 with f on the horizontal axis and c on the vertical axis. And if you look in your book, and I'm just going to point at the book of this one, okay? If you look on page 96 of your textbook, we can plot 3 key points that we know of. We know the freezing point of water, 0 and 32, it's 32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius, so we can just mark that point. We know the boiling point of water is 212 degrees Fahrenheit and 100 degrees Celsius, so we can mark that point. And then, if we just take a random temperature on a hot day, if it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit, then it's 35 degrees Celsius. We can just plug that in and find it, and plot that point as a check and connect the dots. Okay. Now you'll notice, because we're going up to 220 on the right, okay, we need to make the scale tiny. So we made every line 10 instead of 1. Okay, does that make sense? So make sure you choose an appropriate scale. That's mainly the key there. Okay, but other than that, it works exactly like it would. It tells us f on the horizontal axis, so f becomes the x-axis. Does that make sense? And then c becomes the y-axis, respectively. So that would be how you would do the last 6 problems or so in practice 3.1. Okay, so just mentioning it, not going to do it, but that's how you would do it. All right, one last thing. I had a couple questions about fractions, so let me show you guys how we handle those, and then we'll move on to 3.2. Huh? Oh, right. I already forgot. Sorry.
It's okay. It's one of those days for me too. Because you have the worst because you're a teacher.
Use it wisely and bring your own, please.
Okay, thank you.
It is a required supply in this class.
I know. I'll tell my mom.
It's on the syllabus. When in doubt, it's on the syllabus. All right. There's that too. Please don't buy paper on Amazon. It's a ripoff. Okay, moving on. Should not cost $5 for a thing of paper.
What the heck? Really did it?
All right, so let's just look at number 17. This was part of last night's homework. Okay, you had y equals -1/2 plus 4. I'm not going to go through the graph and everything. I'm just going to show you guys how to handle this. Okay, so when we set up, there we go. When we set up our x and y, okay, Austin. Okay, when we set up our x and y, basically what we're going to do is we're going to choose things that will get rid of my fraction. Okay, 0 will still get rid of my fraction, so I'm still going to use 0 as the second point. But if I multiply by 2 or -2, do you see how that's going to go away? So if I have -1/2 times -2, that's +1, plus 4, that's 5. 0 plus 4, of course, is 4. -1/2 times 2 is -1. -1 plus 4 is 3. And so then we just plot those 3 points. So again, we can choose whatever values we want for x, and that'll allow us to deal with fractions much easier without having to deal with halfway marks.
Okay. Hold up. So are you doing like plus 4ing?
Oops.
So like if it's 0.
What are you doing? You're fine. You go ahead and keep talking. I'm trying to get my computer to work.
So if it's 0, does that make the 1/2 just disappear? Like,
Well, 1/2. Well, 0 times anything is 0.
okay, but like let's say it's 1. Like that's 1/2, right?
Yeah. You just go halfway in between. But to avoid that,
So
we're just going to do 0, 4. Oh, rep.
okay, so like if it's 1/2 plus 4, that's 2 then.
No. 1/2 plus 4 is 4.5.
Why'd you say that so fast? You're like, oh.
This is confusing.
It's not 1/2 times 4. It's 1/2 plus 4.
Okay, so if it's a 1, that makes 1/2, right? If the x is 1,
Okay, but why would you?
'cause
Why would you make it hard on yourself?
I'm stupid.
That's true. I agree.
Sophia, stay out of it. Anyway, do it this way. That's my point. Because then it gets rid of the fraction.
So 2 would get rid of the fraction.
Yeah, so if I do -1/2 times -2, becomes 1.
It,
1 plus 4 is 5. Yeah. That's not necessary at all. Am I clear? Thank you. Okay, so then we would do -2, 5, and 2, 3. You'll notice it's still a straight line like that, but it's just a little bit less vertical than what we've seen. Does that make sense? So then it ends up looking like that.
That nice 45 degree. Wait, no. That would be negative.
I don't know. But anyway, does that make sense? So that's how you handle fractions. You find a way to get rid of them. Yes, Adrian.
I thought you said we could pick any number we want.
Yeah. So pick the ones that make your life easy.
Oh. But
No, that's easy.
Because, like, let's say I picked 1. Okay? Rip. Y equals -1/2 times 1 plus 4. Well, that's 4 minus 1/2. That would be 3.5.
Ah, I hit my funny bone.
Okay? Which, by the way, is valid. That is right where it is. It's perfectly fine. You just graph it at 3.5. But why make life hard on yourself?
Because I'm.
is it because does it matter which way? Because like
No,
my
that's-
line was like this.
Then you did it wrong.
What?
You can choose whatever x you want, not whatever point you want.
No, I did. I
Hold on,
and then
so-
I put 5.5, 6, and then 6.5. So I made a line like that.
It's unfortunate.
Wait, so it has to be a slope. Does it matter?
Yeah, the line should match. Even if you choose different points, your line should match if you do it correctly.
Okay, so let's say my line, instead of going this way, goes this
Then it's wrong. I don't know how else to tell this to you. If you don't do it the same way I do it, it's wrong. Okay? The points can be different. You'll end up with the same line if you did everything correctly. Because there's an infinite number of points on the line. So as long as you solve the equation correctly, you'll get the correct line. Yes?
Oh, my line is this way.
Only if you're changing the scale. So like if every line is not equal to 1, like you're doing every line equals 2, then yes. If everything equals 1, you can just leave it like this. Technically, you're supposed to put it. All right, we good? All right, 3.2, intercepts.
Why are you talking?
Because I'm waiting for silence. Thank you. All right, 3.2, intercepts. Because 2 points determine a line, only 2 points are necessary to graph a linear equation. We usually use the third one as a check, but it's not necessary. The easiest points to find are the intercepts, the points at which the line crosses the axes. The x-intercept is the point at which the line crosses the x-axis. So if I've got an xy axis here, this would be, for example, my x-intercept. Notice it's where y would equal 0. Whoops. Because y is 0 where x crosses the line.
So,
No, you can wait long enough for me to finish explaining it. You can wait 2 seconds for me to finish my sentence. Okay? Just raise your hand and wait. It's not that hard. No, listen. Look, we're going to have this conversation. Stop acting defeated every time I have to correct you. Okay? Here's the deal. You don't just start talking. Because I'm talking. So that's rude. So you just put up your hand and wait. I will get to you. But I'm going to explain. And the y-intercept is where then x would be 0. Because that's where it crosses the y-axis. That's all I wanted to finish. Okay? But instead you got to look all hurt. Okay? Just give me half a second to finish my thought. Okay. What's your question?
so if the intercept line can't go this way, why question in example 3.1?
Okay, stop. You're back on 3.1? No, we're on 3.2. If you got a question about 3.1, you can ask me later. Okay, we're on 3.2. I already covered that. We're done. 3.2. Okay, you got to stay with us. Okay, otherwise you're just going to end up with more questions. Okay, stay with us, then I'll help you out with other stuff if you still need help. Okay, but for right now, we're on this. 3.2. Our x-intercept is where it crosses the x-axis, Ricky, which makes it where the y value is 0. Okay, does that make sense? Because we're not up or down. The y-intercept is where x is 0 because that's when we're not left or right. Okay? It seems backwards until you think through the logic. Okay, does that make sense? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. So, finding the intercept, super easy. You just choose 0 for the other one. Example B, because I'm kind of skipping example A because I don't care. Example B. You all know how to plot points, that's why I'm skipping A. Example B. X plus 3y equals 6. So we're to find the x and y intercept. So first of all, I'm going to find the x-intercept. Okay? To find the x-intercept, what value has to be 0?
Y.
Y. So x plus 3 times 0 is equal to 6. What's 3 times 0? So x equals 6. So at 6, 0 is my x-intercept. Yes, you have to write it that way. Get over it. You have to write it as an ordered pair. Deal with it.
Why?
Because I've spoken. All right. For the y-intercept, let's finish this and then I'll finish explaining. Okay? There is actually a deeper reason. For the y-intercept, okay, which value has to be 0? Yes, of course, 0, 0. Okay, but x has to be 0. So 0 plus 3y is equal to 6. Well, 0 plus anything doesn't matter, so we're just going to divide both sides by 3. Y equals 2. So at 0, 2 is our y-intercept. Now, the reason why I have to list it as a point like this is because that's what it is. It's not a line at that point. If I write x equals 6, here's what x equals 6 means. Okay? If I have a grid, okay, and let's say here is 6, where x equals 6, that means I would have a vertical line straight up and down. That is not a point. That is a line. Does that make sense? So to indicate a line, I have to put a line. Or, sorry, to indicate a point, I have to write a point. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's why we have to write 6, 0, 0, 2. Okay, we're not just being pedantic. It actually just does mean different things. Okay, so now let's go through and graph this equation with those 2 points. Because again, we only need 2 points. And that's why we don't swing around our rulers. I'm just saying. All right. So the x-intercept is 6, 0. So that means I'm not going up or down. I'm just going to the right 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right here. Does this make sense so far? Okay. For finding this one, for finding the y-intercept, it's 0, 2. So 1, 2. Right. I forget you guys can't see my cursor. Okay. So then all I have to do is connect those dots. Which makes things tend to be a lot faster than creating a whole table. Tends to. Can. Sometimes. Yes?
Will it ever say what y is, or will it always just be 0? Like, is the intercept always 0?
Yeah, that's kind of the point. It's the whole thing I was teaching at the beginning when you were talking over me. Hence why I'm a little done. Because you would know this had you not been talking over me. That's how this works. Now, there is an exception to this. What happens if both are 0? Yeah, but then what do we do? All right, so let me explain. We have x plus, oh goodness, pen. X plus 3y is equal to 0. Well, then to find the x-intercept, y has to be 0, right? So x plus 3 times 0 equals 0, well then x equals 0. So my point would be 0, 0. The problem is when I go to do the y-intercept, and I'm just going to kind of scribble this out, x has to be 0. So then when we divide 0 by 3, y is still 0, so 0, 0. The problem is it's not 2 points, and I have to have at least 2 points for a graph. Does that make sense? So at that point, we just kind of pick one. Okay? What should we let x equal? 3. Yeah, that would be the easy one. All right, so let x equal 3. Then 3 plus 3y is equal to 0. We're going to subtract 3 from both sides. 3y equals negative 3. divide both sides by 3, and y equals -1. So we get 3 comma -1. There's our second point.
How would it be -1 if it's 3 divided by 3? Because 3 goes into 3 -1 times.
Okay, y'all are just kind of talking at this point. What? There we go. Let's trigger my OCD. All right, so we would first of all mark our 0, 0, but again, we only have that as 1 point. So then we need to go 1, 2, 3, down 1. And there's our second point. So that way we can find a second point without having to develop a whole table. Okay, but when your intercepts both end up being the origin, yeah, you kind of have to do something.
Would 1 be easier?
Yeah, sure, that looks even. Normally you just use a ruler and go. I have to do 2 separate lines. All right, does that make sense? Cool. Practice 3.2, blue, go. That's your homework.
Perfect. No freaking fractions.
Bruh, that's offensive to my culture.
I should start saying that as a math teacher. Anyway, moving on. Whenever someone says they hate math, it's just, yeah. Anyway, moving on.
I hate math.
All right, my mic's still live. All right, so we have quiz 8 tomorrow over 3.1.
I have one question.
There's also a bunch of questions on terms. Be warned. Guys, shh. There are plenty of questions on here about terms. Hey, I am talking, you are not. Okay. There are plenty of questions on terms. There are also questions on some of the beginning steps of graphing, not just graphs. So make sure that you're aware of how to do all of it. Okay? All right, yes?
Is there going to be any fractions?
Yeah, more than likely. Fractions are a part of this class. You should probably get good at them. Or at least get familiar with them. Okay? Not trying to be rude. That's just the reality of it. Fractions are part of real life. You don't believe me? Look at a tape measure.
I look at tape measures. I don't see any fractions on it.
Bro, you're so dumb. You are really dumb.
All those in between marks, those are fractions.
6.5 inches.
All right, I'm out.
Mr.
For you 6 and
I did that